Testing. 1, 2. Okay. I think we're about ready. Sorry I'm streaming so late. I woke up really late today and I had to wait for my medication. Ah, shit. Had to wait for my medication to kick in. Okay, I think it's working. Okay, so today I'm building the aerial. I built it before. I apologize, it's hard to see, but that's because it's white. But this time I'm building it with, I can find the damn, there we go. Oh, shit. I'm building it with the Mirasoul unit. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of it because the box is on the shelf. It basically goes on the back. So yeah. There we go. Okay, where are my tools? I guess I'm starting with the head. It's been a while since I worked on a Witch from Mercury model. I should build a couple more. The Zowort and another came today. Did I put the panel line these? I think that's right. I also 3D printed some parts. I'll have to give them a quick spray paint when it comes to do them, but it'll make the shield bits look like they're flying and have like a trail to them. One. I also changed the eye color from green to gold on this one, just so there'd be a bit more differentiation between the two models. I don't remember the helmet being this intricate before. Where is this supposed to go? Ah, okay. Man, the tip on this one's broken. I'll have to change it again already. The cat has taken to pulling my tools out of their containers with her teeth and leaving them in different parts of the house. I'm getting sick of that game. You mess with the video a bit. There's okay, that must be before the processing. C920. I don't think it can bring it down much further. Maybe if I try lowering the exposure. Okay, that helps. I've never had to lower the exposure before. That should be okay. When the camera broke before and I had to try to repair it, I ended up needing to reset the settings on the camera too. So everything might not be as clear as it used to be. On the same note, it's also using some AI post processing to clear things up. It's supposed to have that. Okay, yeah, it is. I looked at that and thought it was just uneven, uh, but I guess it's on purpose. Okay. B226. Also, I think it's the 15th. Let me look. Need to check my schedule really quick. Yes, next weekend. Okay, so next weekend, I'm actually doing a marathon to raise some money since I'm losing my job starting apparently in June. Yay. Um, but yeah, I'm doing a marathon for the weekend, trying to build as much as I can. Oh, okay. That's why that didn't make sense. Oh, wait, 828. Let's try these. I need to sharpen the other ones. There we go. You can tell she's been up here again. Ew. Cat drool. Speaking of, I need to go check on her and again in a minute, make sure she's okay. She's been throwing a temper tantrum because the new food she likes is out of stock. Uh, and she doesn't like what I have. Because, of course. It's not playing? Oh, come on. I didn't realize it wasn't even playing. Well, that's embarrassing.
Your voice is fine though.
Yeah, give me a sec. We go back to hand cam. Let's see. Where's audio source capture? Application audio output capture. Okay, let's try that. Okay, that didn't work. That must have this must have happened when the cat was messing things up. Okay, how's that? She's actually taken to watching VTubers. Yeah. She likes this VTuber called Kit ASMR. So I've been playing that in the living room for her. I guess because Kit ASMR, the VTuber, is a cat. Or a cat girl. And for some reason, she just is infatuated with watching that VTuber. I can only assume that she thinks the cat girl is like one of her. And the thing is, as an AI VTuber at that, so it's like on 24/7. And she'll just sit and stare at it. That sticker's not needed. Let's... Oh wait, that's already gold too anyway. Oh, so much for that. She doesn't. I mean, this doesn't need it then. Speaking of the brat, she's clawing on the back of my chair right now. Isn't that right? Did you think you could just claw at it and I wouldn't notice? Such a brat. There. Just so it'll fit in the tray properly. I see you there. You know I'm busy. Sweetie. No. No. Let me give her pets a second. Oh my god. I wonder if she'll sit on my lap while I build. Oh, nope. Well, I tried. There's a kit that makes this make this model taller. It kind of gives it a little bit more presence. You add the parts onto it and paint them properly, and it just makes it a bigger kit. But yeah, I'd like to try to get that if I can. Ah, shit. One sec, I already dropped a part. You go. Ah, shit. I was all comfortable wrapped in my blanket, and then I gotta get up. Got it. I need to get one of those plastic mats, just so when I drop something, it doesn't get lost in the carpet. What's that? Oh, you decided to sit there, have you? Okay. She's sitting on my desk watching intently. Yeah, 22. What are you doing, kitty? Why are you pawing at my phone? Don't you dare eat that USB cable. I swear. No, you... No. Sweetie, stop it. Let me give her pets for a second. Maybe she'll calm down. Hey, Sasaki. Reset. And now that I know she's okay, I'm gonna go ahead and check on her food bowl in a second, see if she's eaten yet. If she hasn't, I'll just I don't know, give her more Friskies instead of what she's been eating. I don't know. She's not like most cats where if you feed them, they eventually eat it, even if they don't necessarily like it. She literally just won't touch it. Don't. You'll wish you didn't. Is this... Okay, yeah, it's still focused. In the hole. Sorry, I'm having trouble getting this on. I'm pretty sure it's in, maybe I just can't tell. We'll go with that. I've been okay. I wasn't feeling too great today, so I ended up sleeping in. I woke up at 4 p.m. thinking it was 10 a.m. and didn't realize until I set down my computer what time it was. A sticker is supposed to go there, but maybe not. Oh, right. I'm forgetting a piece. There it is. I think this is also one of the pieces that gets replaced in the modification kit that makes this taller. No, kitty, no. Like that, I'm going to glue that in place. I need to stop streaming so late in the day. I end up losing a lot of potential viewers just because I stream on time. We're not necessarily on time, but you know. Yeah, I know. I feel like that, unfortunately, is part of the problem. Not being able to keep that said schedule. Or a schedule, I should say. That, and I've noticed for like the last couple of days, my brain has been a little bit slow. Not how to put it. Sure, how to put it. Kitty, stop that. Hopefully it works now. Testing. Sometimes the head gets stuck. Stop that. She's biting into the runners of the models. Okay. Stop. Okay, that looks about right. Oh. Oh crap! I think Cal's saying this the thing he's saying I was going live. Interesting. COS Fox. Videos. Interesting. I would like to get my hands on that. Yeah, I saw it. The card itself is in the thumbnail. I wonder if it does decent mic filtering. And I could stop using the RTX card as well. It is. Unfortunately, my motherboard wouldn't like that. Oh, do you mean with that specific card? One of the major issues I'm running into is shit. Where'd it go? Oh, okay. Yeah, with my motherboard, despite having that, what is it? Not with the third video, well, the main video card, I couldn't. I'd have to get a new motherboard. Because I have an RX 6800 for my main video card. What else? The 2070 for my audio filtering. Yes. One specifically for audio filtering and some encoding, and the other one for like gaming and everything else. Because unfortunately, NVIDIA's main filters for mics suck. No. Yeah, I specifically like the AMD video card, but unfortunately, you can't use the oh, what is it? What do I use? NVIDIA Broadcast, that's it. You can't use NVIDIA Broadcast unless you have a NVIDIA GPU. Otherwise, my mic would absolutely sound like shit. Yeah, it is. It's more complex than most people think, to be honest. And well, I have a Ryzen 3950. None of the motherboards I get have the what's it? The PCI bandwidth that CPU could actually utilize. No, just deny that. Yeah, they're, if they exist, they're like I think they're like more limited to the professional grade hardware. Like if they were wired for X8, but were an X16 slot, that would actually probably be good enough. But it's finding the ones that are wired, you know, like the card slots have to be spaced appropriately. Otherwise, you're kind of at foobar. I already had to use one of those where it turns the slot into a USB cable, and then it runs it to another slot card for you to put somewhere else on the back, just for the video input card, the game capture card. That's it. Well, that's another problem too, is like most main boards don't support the USB bandwidth either, in terms of, like, how do I put this? Things a gamer would use, or a streamer would use. Like, because you need a webcam or two, and then you might have an external capture card because, you know, the internal one, or you can't fit an internal one, most likely. And then you have all your other USB peripherals plus your mic. And after that point, like, it can't sustain everything, especially for a VTuber. So then, like, okay, let's say you get a USB 3.0 PCI card, right? Well, then you've used up a slot. So do you want your audio filtering for your mic, which is, let's be honest, streamer mics are generally pieces of shit, and affording a decent one costs fuck tons more than just having a board that'll support another PCI slot. Yeah, that's a major problem, especially with Asus. Like, I like their quality, because I rarely have Asus hardware break on me. But when it comes to, like, resource allocation in general, to be honest, I appreciate that. But yeah, they don't build hardware with streamers in mind. They make hardware for gamers and think that should be good enough, but it's simply not. And any PC builder that says it is dumb. They are. That's the thing. Mics usually don't use that much bandwidth. What uses the most bandwidth, though, is like webcams, for example. They use a yeah. They always do that. Now, if one of these hardware companies focused on hardware for streamers, yeah, it's not something people generally think about. They say they have you looking at how many slots does it have, and what CPU does it support, and maybe amount of USB slots. But USB slots don't matter if you don't have the bandwidth to support the devices you need. Like, oh yeah, it'll support 8 USB devices. Okay. Will it support 8 webcams then? No, it won't. You're lying. It'll support like 8 keyboard type bandwidth devices. And how many of those do people use? Maybe 3. A mouse, a keyboard, and a video game controller. Everything else, it's going to have higher bandwidth cost. The idea that they make these motherboards. Yeah, exactly. You plug one webcam in and maybe a capture card, bam, you're screwed. Can't plug anything else in. And if you're a streamer, you know, that actually becomes a problem, because let's say you've got, again, another webcam, or one of these thingies that I've got it beside me, but like you use it as a VTuber for your hands to move on the character. Leap motion, that's it. Or like literally anything else. Mic, again, mic. You plug a mic in, you can't use your capture card anymore. There's not enough bandwidth. Even though that little bit, the mic uses that little bit of bandwidth, it's more than the hub can provide. They need to focus on making enough USB 3.0 slots on the boards that aren't on a hub. In fact, have 2 of those be dedicated USB, and maybe the others 2 split in bandwidth. Bam. That's how you make a streamer motherboard. But they don't do it. They make it for gamers. And until they stop making stuff specifically for gamers, yeah, exactly. They I don't know how to say it without sounding mean, but to be blunt, they're drastically out of touch with what modern I actually need to see that. My friend actually got me one of their Gamers Nexus soldering pads for my birthday. It's gonna be here in a couple weeks, so I can do repairs at my desk, so that'll be cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see that. I'll get that set up on the third desk to my left. Yeah, that's the type of thing I need too. Especially if I'm doing a stream like where I'm teaching how to repair video cards. like part of the reason I haven't done a stream like that is did I put that on right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Is because I haven't had the place to do it. Like I didn't have a hard surface that wasn't gonna catch fire. So this will really help. It's not uncommon if you're just starting out. Eight and 5. Oh, there it is. One of the things I used to do to get decent video cards when, well, I mean, I still pour, but when I lived in the city specifically, was, that can't be right. D5. Hang on. Oh, okay. I was just putting it on wrong. Oh, right. So yeah, basically when I lived in the city, a lot of the college students at the University of Pittsburgh, their families are like loaded. And I'm not saying that, you know, like to demean or anything, or like, oh, they don't know pain. No, I'm saying like whenever they would, at the time that damn liquid metal shunt mod was really popular. And if you get liquid metal on the card wrong, it tends to go dead. So they would try this shunt mod, and they would basically, for them, unrecoverably blow their GPU. So when they threw it away rather than sell it, because no one's going to want to buy something with liquid metal all over it, I would find it in the trash, take it home, wick up, and try to get off as much of that as I could, right? And then usually what was blown was a capacitor. It is. But yeah, usually what's blown on those is a capacitor or a full-on VRM. And I would just take parts off a donor card and fix it. And bam, I had a GTX 1080. I ended up getting 2 for myself to put in my own system and water cooled them for like $50. I mean $50 a piece, but still. Like, if you know how to repair and solder GPUs, if you live in a college town and any of them, think they know better, quote, I know what I'm doing, the Linus, I know what I'm doing. There's a reason they say do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, you could actually get some decent hardware. So basically, if I could find... Oh god, I hope they never do that. I think it would make it difficult for them too. To be honest. Because you also have to think about hardware returns and how they usually don't just give out a new card. They usually actually repair it and send it back. And I think pairing serials would make it way more difficult for GPU manufacturers to, you know, do that kind of work. Specifically, Gigabyte and Asus. But yeah, if you get one of these other, like, I don't want to say low end, but starter GPU companies like Colorful, for example. They're a pretty big company, but they're nowhere near as big as Asus. That's true, but it would also still be bad for them to do that, because while people couldn't do the shunt mod, why did I cut that out? It'd make it that much more difficult to repair them in general. And really, no one should want that. So let's hope they never do it. I will agree, yeah. Granted, I only have one gaming monitor, and the other two are like cheap AF $100 Best Buy Black Friday TVs. Then again, you only need one good gaming monitor, because what? Does anyone really need, and I mean honestly, really need, what's it? 3 high-end gaming monitors. All with like 244 hertz or whatever. I have multiple just because, again, the streaming thing. I have one for monitoring OBS, one for the game, and one for monitoring chat in the actual stream. Or in this case, playing music. I mean, it depends on the game. Like, let's be honest, if some middle-aged mom is playing Zuma's Revenge, that's fair. It does make things a little more difficult because you can't do things and keep your eye on the other thing at the same time, depending on what it is. Although technically I do have a fourth virtual monitor. You know, one of those plugs that makes it look like, or makes the computer think it has a fourth monitor running, or an extra monitor, whatever, to run my VTuber character. But if that wasn't the thing, I'd actually have to have 4 monitors running. Luckily, they make that little card thing. And then I just keep an eye on what I'm doing on that. Oh yeah, for most people, I think it is. Why do I keep randomly just cutting shit out? P115. Okay. But yeah, it also comes down to a difference between streaming, what type of streaming too, definitely that. And, you know, shit, wrong way. The average user, though, that isn't a streamer should most likely only really need one monitor, though. I'll say that much. Oh, or if they need it for work. Like, it's good for, like, if you're doing graphic design. Yeah. Like I was saying, there are professional uses for having multiple monitors. Like, again, when you're doing graphic design, it's good to have your toolbars off screen, so your main monitor, you can actually do your artwork on it without having to move those toolbars around. Or in video editing, it's the same type of scenario. But again, the average user won't need that. And this is also, again, a fault of the manufacturers, because they never denote the difference. Like, they label something pro. Okay, what does pro mean? Well, again, this is what I'm talking about. These companies label stuff pro, and they don't tell you what pro means. Well, some companies think pro means, oh, you know, it's like a few more extra USB ports, or less RGB. And it's like, no, pro should have more USB bandwidth. And let's say it's slightly higher in GPU, right? Right. And that's what I'm saying. They should label pro. Let's see, what's another word that... How about we stop using words like this? How about we actually say tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and then we actually come up with standards the same way they do with USB or DDR4 RAM, or, well, you know, RAM in general. They have things rated in tiers, and they come up with standards, and then the companies agree to abide by them. Why don't we do that for what we call pro and gamer and, you know, average user? Because currently, without those standards, no standards are being met. So without those standards being met, and the motherboard company is not I don't think most will. I think they'll get what's affordable generally, and will meet their needs. Like some who have money to blow, yeah. Sure they will. Okay. But again, at least there's a standard there. With that standard being there, you can be assured that if you get tier 3, which is like, let's say, video editing equipment and streaming, you can be assured that you're going to have the USB bandwidth you need, and an amount of slots for PCI that, again, you need for your equipment. Nani? Oh yeah, see that shit annoys the hell out of me. Also, why hasn't Linus has a big mouth? Let's be honest. Let's call it what it is. Linus has a big mouth. How come he hasn't called bullshit? How come he hasn't called bullshit when it comes to companies not keeping to any sort of like USB bandwidth spec? How come he's never done a video about USB bandwidth? And they probably will, depending on their wallet. Which, given we're in a sort of recession, a global recession again, well, yeah. More people are going to start thinking about what they can actually afford out of necessity. Oh yeah, he does go on about that. Never bandwidth. Why? That's actually a massive problem and a big thing you should complain about, Linus. He might not see it that way, but for the rest of us who don't have like review units to test before we can take it home, and then leave the others in the office, you know, like the information's not in the box. It's not on the website really ever. It just says how many USB ports, and knowing how many USB ports versus how much USB bandwidth there is are two different things. I'm sorry. Oh right, I've got extra hands I can actually put on this thing. That'll make more sense. Sorry, I get really heated when it comes to like PC spec shit. I feel like this is something more he's going to have to start considering, especially since his audience is broad. Yes, but it's also and that's fine. Like for him, but we're talking when it comes to streamers specifically, and they come to him when it comes to hardware. When it comes to hardware and learning about specs, a lot of streamers go to his videos to find out what they're going to need. If he doesn't tell them that they need more bandwidth and that they absolutely need to look at machines that, again, have that bandwidth, they're not going to know. And the excuse of other creators exist isn't good enough anymore because well, no, I'm talking about hardware specifically. And that's also another thing. That's not exactly a channel that I even knew about. It's not exactly one of the bigger channels. For streaming specifically, again, maybe. But I didn't know about it. Again, because I was looking for hardware. Another channel that hasn't talked about it, and it's actually kind of shocking to me, is Jay's 2 Cents. Jay's 2 Cents, he's done a lot of PCs over the years, and a lot of videos talking about, you know, what standards are for motherboards and what, you know, features motherboards have or should have. That's a channel I think should cover it. Well, yeah, not anymore. I don't think he's done that for a while because he thinks it's already in his content collection, so he's not going to cover it a second time. But that's another thing. Like, again, he hasn't discussed it. I don't think. Like, I think he did a video a while back on PCIe allocation versus CPUs. Okay, awesome. I remember that. But he didn't do USB allocation. And USB bandwidth allocation is, I would say, equally, if not more important than PCIe allocation. Because people are going to be adding agreed, yes, but then again, if you said that, then a lot of these tech channels are mostly just tip of the iceberg. And even at the tip of the iceberg, this is shit people need to know. Also, the reason I'm getting it ready for a pose and have its hands open. Maybe. I 3D printed. I don't know if you can see this design. It's a strip of plastic that has that design, and I'm gonna paint it like kind of white with a fade to blue. And what I'm going to do is have this trail off the different bits from the shield, so it looks like they're coming out of his back, like so. See, the 3D printer is already coming in useful. But yeah, I think people have to be told when something is important. And usually if someone makes a video called "You need to know this before buying your next gaming PC," or I don't know, something that will grab attention. He's better at this. I'm obviously shitty. But yeah. Like, there are people who have a voice in the PC community, you know, who have contacts with these hardware companies, and who actually have, you know, an ear. I feel like those are the people who actually need to talk to them about the bandwidth issues being a real issue. They did. And I feel like that's another... Yeah, that's actually who I went to when I was learning about airflow. And ever since I started, you know, going by what they said, I've had a lot better luck in keeping my PC cool. But that aside, I think Steve would actually be a good voice. Again, a good talking head in terms of the companies knowing that he knows what he's talking about, and having the ears to maybe get something done. Which could actually lead to, like, feedback from Jay or Linus. Like, yes, this is a problem. This is how I feel about it. Because they usually do response videos. But yeah, that's what it's coming down to. While the CPUs, current CPUs definitely have, in most cases, the specs to allow the PCI connectability, motherboards companies aren't doing anything about it. They're not making use of it, and they really need to, especially since more and more stuff, again, needs the PCI bandwidth. It needs the USB bandwidth. All right, I will be right back. I just need to rest my hands a second. I won't be gone long. Why is my mouse stuck? What did my cat do? One sec. Oh crap, I disconnected the wrong cable. One sec, guys, I got a problem. My mouse is stuck in. I don't know why. Oh, there it goes. For Christ's sake. Oh, that is weird. For some reason, whenever I click, it keeps getting stuck back on the YouTube page. Task Manager. I'll try closing Chrome. Let's try you. Nope, it's stuck again. How does that happen? Okay, here's my issue. Whenever I... Oh, crap, that's broken too. Whenever I click on anything on the computer, the mouse goes to one spot and won't leave it. And I have to Alt-Tab to get out of it. And I don't know why. And it just randomly stopped. Okay. That is super weird. Okay, that's fixed. Everything broke all of a sudden. I'm sorry, guys. One sec. That was so weird. Like, the whole thing just shit itself. I think the cat was, like, laying on the, Yeah. I think the cat was laying on my, Wacom tablet and pressed something to lock it in place, and I just now fixed it. That was so weird. Alright, like I said, I'll be right back. Let me just find the damn thingy. There it goes. Alright, one sec. Okay, I'm back. No, crap, I'm out of ice. One sec. Okay. Going get my drink. Another thing I need to complain over is the dismissal when someone says there isn't, because people have complained before about USB bandwidth, and one of the things that people do say is, well, just plug one into the USB, like when it comes to webcams. Plug one into the USB 2 and one to the USB 3. That doesn't work. I mean, you can, but again, a lot of products need the USB 3.0, especially now. So what it comes down to is they really need to not just increase the USB 3.0 the ports, and make some of them dedicated. They also need to do that with some of the USB 2.0 ports, because if I plug my webcam in at 1080p, which is partially responsible for my head tracking, right? Speaking of, my head needs to be retracked. There we go. The second webcam plugged in USB 2.0 isn't going to run at 1080. You're going to have to run it at 720 and possibly lower. Again, because there's not enough USB bandwidth for it to run. You will have a lot of issues if you try to run that second webcam on USB 2.0 on any of the ports, because there isn't those are on a hub. So I really think some of those need to be dedicated as well.
WB. Resting hands still up.
Oh, thanks. But yeah, That's one of the things that really perturbs me about motherboard companies. Kitty. I see you. Let me pet my cat. Ugh. I'll give you some pets after the stream, I promise.
That's why I want out.
I'm dealing with computer hardware.
They only get away with it because gamers' priorities are stupid, IMO.
No, you're right. They really need a tiered system. Again, like with power supplies. If a power supply, for whatever reason, doesn't meet our needs, like, those power outputs are guaranteed. We can return those because, again, they're guaranteed to be a certain thing. A motherboard, they don't do that. Even GPUs have a standard of what's expected. Why not motherboards? It's not just size anymore that's an issue. It's bandwidth. It's a severe problem. And to say, well, not many people are streamers, that's not true anymore. I mean, so many people are getting into streaming right now that whether they're going to succeed or fail, like,
I feel like even PSUS are semi-dishonest.
They can be, yeah. But yeah, whether the streamer is
My
going
previous
to
PSU cables had melted despite having more wattage.
That is weird. But yeah.
My current PSU has less wattage, but it's quieter and the power is clean.
As a streamer, whether they're going to succeed or fail, or whether there aren't many or are many or aren't, there are people that are buying a product to do a thing. Okay? So the excuse... Sorry. So the excuse of... well, not many people stream or blah blah blah, so they won't need that. Doesn't work anymore. It's not applicable. Like, if you're at a company and you buy a print press or some other piece of equipment that you need to do a job, the company that made the print press isn't going to say, well, you might fail anyway, so our output isn't guaranteed. They say, oh, well, we'll replace this. You bought it expecting a thing, let's replace it.
TBH, if I were to take streaming seriously again, I'd totally replace my board ASAP.
Well, yeah. Depending on how old it is, it might be worth it. If you were to start streaming again, I mean. What is that?
It's recent.
It just doesn't meet your expectations of what it should be doing.
About 2 years old.
That's about how old mine is.
It wouldn't meet my expectations if I were to need to plug in a second card.
That's fair. Like, if it's not gonna meet the expectations in terms of, well, anything really, yeah. It could just be one minor thing, but those are often big things. Minor as in quote minor.
The second slot is PCIe 3XX8.
Which is one of the situations I'm talking about. Like, you have people like Linus being like, or even Jay's 2 cents, even Steve. I've seen him say this.
The reason I say ASAP is because stores here don't hold onto older generation boards for long.
No, right. But yeah, people like Steve or Jay or even Linus, they'll say things like, well, you don't need more than one graphics card, and it's like, you're right.
I don't want to have to get a new CPU and whatnot because getting an actually good B450 board is impossible.
Oh, I bet. I mean, after a certain point at least, yeah. But yeah, it's like even they think that PCIe slots are just used for video cards. It's like, no, buddy. You run a company that does specifically video encoding. You know exactly why other people would need, you know, more PCIe 3.0, even 4.0 ports. Oh, that's another thing, especially when it comes down to using NVMe drives. That usually uses up a lot of PCIe bandwidth. And a lot of these a lot of these motherboard manufacturers, they won't tell you that that second or third PCI port is unusable if you're using that the NVMe second NVMe slot.
Speaking of NVMe cards, I got a funny setup with mine. The main slot ISNT used for my OS.
I mean, to be fair, mine was like that.
Yeah, I found out about that years ago. They even disable SATA ports if you use a NVMe card.
Yeah, there's no excuse for that. Like, literally, other than cost-saving measures from the motherboard manufacturer, which is a shitty excuse, like, there's no excuse. Most people, especially the people who are buying these
The
higher-end
average consumer,
boards,
wouldn't he think that parts of their board would be unusable if other parts were populated?
yeah, no, they wouldn't. Hell, for a long time, I thought mine was broken until I looked it up online and saw people complaining about it. And this is Asus I'm talking about, so like, they replied and was like, yeah, that board is unusable. I mean, that slot's unusable if you're using an NVMe slot. Really?
You only know if you download the manual PDF ahead of time. Marketing completely hides it.
Yeah, exactly. And the average consumer, which is what we're talking about here, isn't going to do that. Hell, even the average integrator isn't going to do that. They're not going to know until they've already built the PC. This one's already starting to do that thing.
I'm hearing some odd noise.
Yeah, I heard it too. Trying to figure out where it came from.
It sounds like when you got a flat tire.
You still hear it? What the hell did she do? Dude. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully she lays off. Oh, got my hair all over this.
IDK if it's true, but I read that some people use 2 PCS when they restreaming.
They do if they can afford it, yeah. I used to. But the only reason I was... Shit. The only reason I was able... Because the wedding company I was working for had closed down, and they were letting me hold on to that one and use it until they needed it again. Unfortunately, they ended up needing it again while I was waiting for an apartment, so I don't have it anymore. I see you.
The audio bug isn't going away.
It's not. Do you still hear it?
No.
One, two. 1, 2, 3. No.
You sound clear though.
Okay. No. Still there? Or I mean with the music.
On the music.
Okay. Now I know what it is. Maybe it was just that track.
I didn't notice that bug on the other streams.
That's really weird. Hi, kitty.
Overall, aside from Microsoft and their shenanigans with Windows, I am unhappy with the state of motherboards.
Yeah, it's like I said, they really do need clearer standards applied.
A motherboard is one of the components I don't ever skimp on, and once you can get a replacement, you can put your current CPU and RAM on AM5 boards with DDR5.
Right. Well, and if you replace an, again, a DDR4 motherboard, especially with AM5, or AM4 rather, you're most likely going to have to get it off a second-hand site, and in most cases. It's not working. At least at this point. That can't be right.
I don't have any positive things to say anymore with the current PC hardware industry.
Yeah, I used to be really fond of like the balance AMD has made too. It feels like all that progress has been for nothing. Like, okay, so the CPU has more cores and, you know, more gigahertz or whatever, but or even like more PCIe bandwidth. Well, that doesn't matter if the boards aren't going to take use of it.
One thing I'd be interested in seeing is if we got dedicated Thunderbolt ports instead of multiple USB-S in a hub.
Like, that would be useful too. Like, I'd rather have it all be on board. But, you know, if that's what they have to do, do it.
For example, my MacBook Air M2 has 2 Thunderbolt ports, but they are actual dedicated ports, not hubs. I can plug a hub on each one and decide.
No, kitty. This is not the time for that. One sec, she's laying on my lap. Oh, I know, sweetie. Oh. How can something so cute be such a pain in the ass?
With my current setup, I can plug in my monitor and run it on 4K 120Hz plug-in mouse keyboard and my sound card, and it only takes one port. The monitor also charges my MacBook more than it drains.
Well, and that's another thing, like, PC enthusiasts are dismissive if you, let's see, how do I put it? Give me just a second. I gotta peel this off.
Meanwhile, on my
That's the wrong
PC,
one.
you got so many ports and plugs, but it's fragmented.
Ah, I know how to put it.
They get saturated.
Okay, so let's say you mention this problem to the average PC enthusiast, right? They'll say something about, well, if you want that sort of thing, you're going to have to use a Mac. Well, that would defeat the purpose of doing what I'm going to do, because the Mac can't do that, even if it can support the ports. So yeah, I think just in general, like a lot of the stuff in terms of PCs specific. I'm trying to work. No. What feel bad. Anyway. The point is that they're dismissive. And it's dumb to be dismissive over that kind of an issue. Stop that. What did she just do? You. No.
I think that the average gamer is dismissive to improvements, they just accept what they retold to like.
Yeah. Exactly that. Oh, hey guys. Welcome. Sorry, I'm in the middle of trying to apply this sticker.
Welcome, Raiders.
How did your stream go, Mix? I wish the cat hadn't butt her head up against that. I can see some cat hair that I probably can't get pried out of there now. Lovely.
Did they pass out or something?
They might have done the raid and then just gone to sleep. That happens. I need to fix the video really quick. It seems to have gotten messed up when the video reset.
The hub I got was very cheap from Ugreen.
There we go. But yeah, regardless,
Not hundreds of dollars of difference that motherboard makers price their boards.
oh yeah, and I think motherboard companies should allow for that sort of expansion. especially since AMD CPUs support Thunderbolt now. It's just up to the motherboard company again to supply that.
That isn't the only thing I'd like to see. I'd like to see a push for 12VOPS US.
Sorry, I need to switch pages.
The current gen PSU are compatible with an adapter. On a grand scale of things, it means less power wastage.
I mean, depending, yeah. I think it does depend on the hardware itself, though.
It's all board related.
Right, it connects directly to the board, and then the board powers the devices that need said power. Wait. Set track again. That's how I tell I've been building for a while. C19. Where did... There it is.
Other things I think is a waste of money is reinforced X16 slots heatsinks with no actual pins on NVMe slots when Gen 4 SSDs come with their own heatsinks anyway.
I mean, I like the idea of the reinforced PCIe slots. But the NVMe slots with heatsinks, when the ones that need it are gonna have it, yeah, that's a.
I also have a hatred for
complaint.
PCIe clips. That's what the screws on PC cases are supposed to care for anyway.
That's what I hate, the clips. I like the reinforced ones. I hate the clips. $30 and $31. Okay, it looks like they're both 30 and 31 anyway, so.
I also hate it when RGB is integrated into the board. I prefer Fantech's approach when you can buy RGB accessories not baked into the board.
See, I'm fine with there being a product with the RGB and one without. That's probably just a me thing. But I can see the utility of having some of the RGB on the board itself. Like,
all these things add to cost, and the MOBO companies are stripping out useful features since they complain about cost.
oh yeah, that's what gets me. Like, you don't give us enough USB bandwidth, but I can plug like 30,000 RGB strips in this damn thing.
And they put an extra 4-pin ATX power connector now when it's not necessary. The wiring of that and the extra slot costs money. CPU 4-pin.
Wait. Okay, I'm doing it right. Well, on one hand, like the CPU four pin, like, in my case, my CPU actually needed that extra power, but like, as in the system literally wouldn't run correctly unless that was plugged in there.
You needed 12 pins.
Does it have 12? No, it was it was 8 pins. That's right. No, maybe it was 12. Oh shit, I put that on wrong.
Normally you only need 8 pins. But now motherboard vendors are putting an extra 4.
That's right, I did need 12. I did need 12. So I did need that extra one. That extra 4-pin thing. So yeah. But I think CPUs that are going to need that are few and far between, and that they should make, you know, not put that on every board.
What the heck, man?
Again, it's a Ryzen 3950. Those things can draw some power sometimes.
Okay, it would make sense for a higher-end board.
And that's another thing, they should make the higher end boards again, like it comes back to that bandwidth thing. Because this is supposed to be a higher end board. Why is it not? You know what I mean? Like, why are these standards so dumb? Why aren't there more standards for motherboards? It just it brings me right back to that.
I think it's because AMD and Intel aren't really that interested outside of their CPUs and GPUs.
Maybe, but at the same time, it's like if the motherboards that your CPUs go into don't support the
it's
features.
Like how Asus always FS up their AMD laptops compared to Intel because AMD doesn't really care.
If the features aren't supported on the motherboards, what's the point of people buying your product, period? That's why I would care if I were one of these companies. Because overall, when it comes down to it, if I'm making all these different SKUs, right, of a product, but in the end, they're all basically the same, minus CPU counts, core counts, which, you know, in a lot
I
of
think
cases
they
doesn't
out of
matter.
touch. Intel
they're
did
out of
care in the
touch.
past, they made their own boards.
Well, they still do, it's just mostly for server hardware. But I do think overall, what I'd like to see CPU companies do is develop a Founders Edition motherboard for each chipset, right? And then, you know, the motherboard companies basically try to keep up with those specs with their own versions. My head's stuck again, isn't it? There.
I'd like that, and preferably they don't listening to their marketing division when designing it and listen to their engineers.
Agree, because marketing divisions don't know shit anymore. I'm sure at one point they were useful.
At this point, I would rather CPU companies make their own boards and actually have a really good product and releases it consistently, even if it's rarely marketed.
No, I
The
agree.
big brands like Asus, Gigabyte, ASRock, MSI cannot be trusted.
Yeah, I used to like Gigabyte. No, I haven't since the five, is it B570 or it's X570 debacle I had with them. Oh, sorry, one sec. Ugh. So it's time to take my meds.
I am very selective about
shit.
Gigabyte.
I'm not touching their products again.
Some parts I am okay with, other I'd completely avoid at all costs.
Like, one of my best friends used to swear by them, but me not so much. I went through 3 different SKUs of main motherboard, and yeah. In the end, I ended up having to buy an Asus.
I feel the way you do with Asus.
I mean, again, the only reason I went with Asus is because it's the only one that had high USB bandwidth. Luckily, it hasn't crashed with, you know, knock on wood.
There's very few things I still am okay with Asus, but it depends. I think their onboard audio is generally where they don't cut corners.
Which is funny because I don't even use the onboard audio, so.
I don't either anymore ever since I got my external sound card, but it's there when you need it.
I just use Bluetooth headphones. Since I have to get up here and there when I stream.
Meanwhile, MSI has Warsaw on board and still have PS2 mouse and keyboard ports instead of USB.
Which I admit, for some people, that can be appealing. But, dude, seriously?
IDK if you noticed that with all MSI boards.
No, I noticed it with quite a few of them, yeah.
I do like MSIS BIOS more than Asus though, and they were one of the only companies that didn't skimp on VRMS on B450. Gigabyte and Asus did consumers dirty until Gamers Nexus and Hardware Unboxed covered it.
Hopefully it's on right this time. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how these companies have been treating consumers as of late. Like, they haven't kept up with the specs, like the physical specifications of what a CPU can perform. They've made hardware that dies super easily when that's unnecessary.
One more thing, I'd like to see less USB plugs on the board itself and just add the USB ports on the rear.
Shit, did I put that on wrong? Ah, I did. I don't understand. I don't understand what.
Yeah, they
what's with
haven't
these
really
hardware
progressed.
manufacturers. Yeah, no, they haven't.
AMD doesn't do founder boards, but that's a good idea.
I think they need to. I think they absolutely need to start. Like, to be blunt, these motherboard manufacturers are doing them dirty.
I think Intel is in a position to do it, since they already produce boards.
No, they are, and they I don't know. I don't know why they aren't. Like, I do know, but it's a shitty excuse. I'll put it that way.
I just think they remaking questionable decisions for ages now.
They have.
I'm trying to think if any retailers even stock Intel boards.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I don't think I've seen any, even at Best Buy, for example. I see the AMD motherboards. Wait, no, Best Buy did. I remember now. Best Buy, they did have them. It was the AMD ones they had in the
Actual
back.
Intel boards.
And they didn't have out for display.
Not Gigabyte or Asus.
Oh, right. Like actual. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, you won't find those out in the wild. You mostly only see those on server hardware. Although if you think about it, the boards most certainly already exist. It's just something that only Intel devs have some access to. And I say that because how else are they testing these CPUs? Like literally, how else are they doing it? Like half the time the board partners don't have anything designed while they're testing and building these CPUs. So it already has to exist. It's just they don't mass produce them.
I think Linus had an Intel tour and they got their own boards.
Right. So yeah, they just need to mass produce those boards more. Not even large scale, just, I don't know.
I'm sure I remember seeing consumer Intel board decades ago.
Oh yeah, decades ago. I remember seeing one from 2007, I think. I might even still have it. I'll have to look through the boxes. Oh, I'll cut these off and then I can throw this away.
I remember a model called the Bad Axe. It's around 2006.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Hell, the PC shop I used to work at used to have some Intel motherboard boards, and they actually weren't just Intel; they were actually AMD Intel. If I remember right. Like you couldn't use both CPUs, but they had like AMD hardware on them.
I just saw it, man. Looking back, they actually had finned heatsinks at the time.
Yep.
Unlike the slabs of metal you see on current boards.
Some even had heat pipes on them. Oh wait, that's backwards. That's why.
I remember the heat pipes on some boards that was peak VRM cooling.
Oh yeah. Yeah, whatever excuse they're using.
I'm not a fan of the capacitors on the old boards though.
Well, yeah, but that was just an overall capacitor problem.
IDK, if you heard of the capacitor plate.
Yeah, I did. That was widespread. Like that was beyond motherboards. A lot of the capacitors from that era were just shit. Come on.
I remember that well.
Yeah, and it was like people started noticing that really quick too. It wasn't just something people noticed that it wasn't something that people noticed years after the fact. It was like even then. Within 2 or 3 months, they would just go out. Well, by go out, I mean blow, but you know what I mean. Alright, 1 sec.
I completely forgot about my reaction back then until now. Back then the first thing I'd look for is bulging caps. When dealing with inbound PCS.
Oh yeah. That was like the first thing we would look at my PC shop too. At least while I worked there. 1 sec. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Back.
Good evening, NOC.
Oh, hey, Luck Dragon. Oof. Okay, where was I? E2. No, you missed it. We were talking about PC hardware and the capacitor plague. And before that, how motherboard manufacturers aren't utilizing all the PCIe and or supplying PCIe bandwidth on CPUs and refuse to supply enough USB bandwidth for like streamers.
Well, if things keep up, you pretty much have to get 2 PCS. It might not even be coincidence.
Yeah, I think it's almost planned that way, but I think it's a disservice to the CPU manufacturer regardless. Because they make CPUs that are completely capable.
It is though the folks at Intel and AMD don't seem to care enough.
Right. Which is
honestly,
why
the
we're
USB
about...
bandwidth comes down to personal utilization and how you set up the connection in BIOS. Even still, getting a PCIe card with 4 dedicated USB 3 connections would be your best option.
That's not what we're talking about. Okay, so on these motherboards, there's an issue in terms of the streamer. And okay, so VTubers, for example, we need 2 USB webcams. One will almost saturate the USB 2 usage, USB 2 bandwidth, and that's including like a mic, USB keyboard, USB mouse. If you connect the second webcam, it has to be on USB 3, because if you stick it on the USB 2, you can only run it at 720p. Which, for a lot of use case situations, isn't an option. And then you have issues with like video input cards, video capture cards, or if you use Elite Motion, like a lot of the stuff I would normally use if I was VTubing, I can't use if I'm doing hand cam, which is why I don't switch back and forth between gaming and hand cam really often. That in my hands, but that's another scenario completely. The fact of the matter is, it's just not supplied. And I knew you were going to say, why don't you connect a USB 3.0 PCI card? But the problem is they don't supply enough bandwidth for it. Like, once, okay, hear me out. So when it comes to most motherboards, and I was talking about most, NVMe uses up enough bandwidth for them to either shut down some SATA lanes or to shut down a PCIe slot. If they do that, you've got your graphics card, and most streamers have a second GPU for not for why am I thinking? Not for playing games, but for processing of audio, and in some cases video post-processing too. Like this webcam, it's got video processing coming from the graphics card. It has nothing to do with processing like the output to the stream. Nothing to do with that. Like, it's not processing OBS. It's processing the video, because again, most webcams kind of shitty. So yeah, what it comes down to, and then if you have a video capture card, if you have a PCIe one, really often you can't make use of it because the second GPU covers it up, the slot it would go into. And even then, depending on your hardware, you still don't have enough USB bandwidth. So if I wanted to install that card, I would be screwed. It couldn't happen. So what it comes down to is, no, they're not supplying enough bandwidth, and they're not correctly labeling motherboards in terms of what those bandwidth limitations are. Period. And that's why I'm saying people like what's his face from Gamers Nexus, Tech Jesus, Linus, Jay, like these are things that they should make note of, because even when you're building a PC, these aren't things people know to look out for. Is like, how much bandwidth can that motherboard
in short, the
supply?
USB ports and PCI slots are limited by the bandwidth lanes from the chipset and the CPU.
Right. But the CPU, again, can often supply more, as can the chipset. It's just that the motherboard manufacturer isn't making use of it. So it comes back to, they really, really, absolutely need to come up with stricter like, not regulations, but standards. Yeah, that's it, standards for labeling of bandwidth on both the PCIe and USB. Use case scenario be damned. And these are also things that, like, small studios, smaller,
You shouldn't have to
let's
dig
say
through the
video
motherboard
editors.
manual in advance before buying the board to find out that 2 of your SATA ports is disabled if you use NVMe slot 2.
Exactly. Exactly.
The product page of the website makes no mention of it, nor does the boxes.
Thank you. And that's a problem. And when you're a professional, again, like if you're a freelance, the excuse of, well, the company can get PCs that, you know, have that capability, blah, blah, blah. No, that's a terrible excuse. It needs to be made accessible for the average person if these motherboards exist. Period. Or not the average person, but the average builder at least. Like, they need to be made accessible if they exist. Because as far as I can tell, they don't. I got sidetracked. Where was I? Oh, right, this piece. Okay. Is that it? But yeah, that's what we were talking about. Like, that PCIe card doesn't solve everything. And if they're not gonna put...
Also, if I do decide to use my PCIe 3.0 slot in X8 mode, it disables 3 of my other PCI ports.
Right. Exactly. That's another thing. And these are issues, like, again, someone who uses equipment that, and I'm not talking GPUs, I mean any equipment. There are many cards that use,
Thanks,
you know,
Asus.
PCIe slots. Thanks, Asus. So this thing that Linus says, like, well, you only need one GPU. No, the average gamer only needs one GPU. A professional that does streaming, video editing of any sort, probably gonna need more than multiple PCI PCIe slots that require just as much bandwidth. And while you can just build a second PC to stream with, kind of a waste of the CPU in most cases, because, yeah.
If you're curious on seeing what board I have that irritates me, it's an Asus B550F.
Oh, no, I'm familiar with that one, trust me. I actually had the same issues with it. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, right. It's the fact that the capability on the CPU end is there, and motherboard companies don't make a piece of hardware that can make use of the CPU's full potential. Did I forget a piece? I feel like I forgot something. Maybe not.
A solution I saw by Gigabyte was they put an option to split the PCIe 4.0 slot for the GPU to X8.
Not exactly the best solution, depending on what you're working with there. One might argue it's an absolutely terrible solution. And it's like I was saying before, like the excuse of, well, not that many people stream, not that many people have that requirement anymore. Hold on to your pants then, because VTubers alone, and those are all people who would need this kind of output. Let me look at my list really quick. There are over 1.5 thousand known English VTubers. Japanese will probably take that closer to 5K, or globally, I should say 5K. And then the number of streamers, just general streamers, exponentially higher. In fact, anymore, if you've gamed, dare I say, it's almost a given conclusion that you probably streamed at some point too. So saying that streamers are few and far between isn't an option anymore. Sorry, I've given this rant a lot of thought. It's been bugging me for like 4 years.
I can already think of a very easy scenario that will saturate the ports of B550.
Tell us. I like situations that prove I'm right.
If you got NVMe Gen 4 drives, a GPU for gaming, a GPU for streaming, and a capture device if you stream a console.
Yes. Exactly that, in fact. And while people will say things like, well, the GPU can encode and stream at the same time. Clearly, you haven't, you know, how do I put this? Okay, using OBS, all this shit that I have on my screen, that will 50% saturate a GPU. You can try it yourself on OBS, just OBS, not Streamlabs. You'll have the same problem. So having that second GPU, if you were to use it to encode, that would actually take a lot of the load off your main GPU, so you can game appropriately and it looked good. Now imagine doing that and you have a VTuber model. You absolutely need that second GPU.
Most GPUs can be used for streaming and record and game at the same time. I can do all three on my Radeon 6950 XT with OBS without any problems, and I am playing Star Citizen.
But you're not doing anywhere near the kind of graphical display that I have.
VTube may have requirements I am unaware of.
It does have requirements you're not aware of. And just because you can do it doesn't mean everyone else won't have problems.
Having an avatar takes a heavy toll on the PC.
It does. I also made note of, like, back when, before they only recently did updates to VC Face, it would have a memory leak, and if you had it on for more than
you can stream your gameplay on OBS with overlays just fine if you aren't a VTuber.
Yes. Thank you. For whatever reason, if you're running a VTuber model, even if it's normally would be fine, for some reason, there's just something about it that it just uses that much more bandwidth than it should. I don't know why. I don't know if it's part of the problem is how it's detecting or how the VTuber is put in there, but it just does not work the same. And while yes, that does fall down to the software, it's not an uncommon problem even with different software. And instead of saying, well, you can't do this, the solution, when the GPUs and CPUs are perfectly capable of doing it, is to make a better mainboard. It's not that hard. Or rather, it would be to supply a motherboard they probably already have to the public. One of the ways that competition could be given to motherboard companies to actually make use of the CPU's features is, like we were saying before, this is actually partially Sasaki's idea, actually mostly Sasaki's idea, for there to be like a Founder Edition motherboard that brought out the CPU's capabilities to their fullest potential, thus making motherboard companies have to like actually put these features onto their motherboards. Oh, that's just the backpack, and I'm not even putting that on. Okay, I'll get the shield ready then.
I'd rather have founder boards with actual useful features and things wired optimally without the game attacks.
Yes. Absolutely. I would rather buy a plain-ass founder board that doesn't have any RGB shit on it. And, you know, actually uses all the features. I mean, all the features. Full PCIe bandwidth, like accessible. Enough USB bandwidth that the chipset would actually normally supply. Maybe plus some via Kitty. What was it? Lightning cable? I forget. Kitty. Why are you doing this? Oh, I know. I love you too. I'll be done soon. But yeah, motherboard companies have been.
I don't want my money going into heat shields with no fins to call the NVMES, which I'm just gonna toss anyway with gamer text saying fight on or Rog and rainbow lighting.
Thank you, yes. Exactly that. No ROG, no, I don't know, Aorus branding, none of that shit, no lighting, no lit logos, nothing stupid like that, just a motherboard that will use the CPU that I paid to put in there, the features I paid for. Like, I didn't get the CPU to not use all of its features. I got the CPU because I wanted those features.
It's not free, you paid for all that and the board is holding back the CPU.
Yep. Hell, Hardware Unboxed already proved that motherboard can have an effect on
Translator bot bugged again.
Oh, great. But yeah, Hardware Unboxed already proved that the initial hardware tests on a CPU or GPU even can vary greatly sometimes depending on the motherboard. So if the motherboard was putting forth all of, you know, like all the CPU's capabilities, you know, those test results could easily start to vary a lot more.
ASRock blacklisted him instead of improving their products.
Which is typical of a company who doesn't want to actually improve. Who wants to continue to do the bare minimum and doesn't want its consumers to know any better, bluntly. And like the excuse of, well, a normal person isn't going to blah blah blah, well then make hardware that fucking does then.
That's why I stopped watching TYC Brian since he keeps on promoting ASRock. He knocked.
Hey, Static. Oh, one second. I got a cat to move. Kitty. You can't be on my desk. I know. Get on that desk. Don't get on this one. Go ahead. She's so needy tonight. She's probably confused because she almost never hears me speak. Kitty, no. Oh, I'm missing a piece. Okay. But yeah, that's like Again, this is an issue I've had for multiple years, and at first I thought it was just me, but now that I'm seeing more and more people have these issues, it's not just me. And the answer isn't just do something different. Especially when the companies don't even allow you the option of doing something different.
Oh no, it's not just you. IBE had an axe to grind with motherboards for a long while.
Like, to be blunt, these manufacturers are peddling shit. Wait, is this in the right one? No, it's supposed to be the lower one.
And the worst part is it's just a piece of a puzzle.
Yeah.
Say hello to case manufacturers for standard ATX.
Standard ATX. Not to mention the fact that most
I say standard because I saw something revolutionary recently.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say how most GPUs don't even fit anymore. Recent GPUs, at least, not anything before the 30 series. I'll take that back. Radeon 7 did give most cases a run for their money.
There's a product that came out 6 months ago that fits a full-sized ATX motherboard into a SFX-like case with no compromises. You do need to use risers in the SFX PSU though, but I prefer SFX PSUS.
It's just unfortunate they usually cost a chunk more. Oh. Crap.
It's the SSUPD Meshroom S.
Interesting.
I remember when the 011 Dynamic first came out, it was expensive. Now we got copycats everywhere and the prices have gone down.
I forget what company made my case. I mean, it's an off-brand, but
the case manufacturers aren't trendsetters in general, just copycats.
Yeah, that's the case for almost all of them. Like NZXT used that one design for almost 3 generations of cases. And all they did was change the location of that one bar. Oh, and they finally decided to put mesh instead of glass on the front for the final version. Took you long enough. Oh, maybe it goes in that one. Shit. Oh well.
Yeah, no, I'm not ever buying another case from them. The thermals were bad and the thumb screws were tightened so hard I almost stripped them trying to remove it.
Weren't they one of the first companies to have a power supply issue at one point? Or is it just their case that had the issue? Shit.
Case.
Okay, yeah, it was their case.
The riser was poorly engineered.
Right. Right. And it was catching on fire.
which led to a short-to-ground fire.
Yep. I do remember that. I feel like there's something else though, but I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of another company. Kind of hard to tell anymore.
They were so slow to even recognizing it, and the US government had to be pushed to intervene. You know, NZXT were really dragging their feet when you have to push the US government to do something.
One sec, let me fix the translator really quick. Properties, file location. Properties. Let's try this again. Probably not the most accurate translation, but it's better than nothing.
Test.
Okay. It's back up.
Hakama is weird.
Wait, what'd she do this time? This time.
Not accurate. Oh no, it's a song title.
Interesting. No, I guess I can't expect too much from Google. Multinational company with literally several, almost 1 million employees, I'm pretty sure. Years of development, millions spent on a. Well, I mean, this is also the same company that made. Oh crap! What was it?
Maybe it is correct. I can't read kanji.
Stadia. Oh, okay.
The name is wrong though.
But yeah, definitely don't expect too much from the same company that made Stadia. Okay, why is this not going in place? Oh, okay, I see. There. I forgot I was going to do a thing with these. Actually put them on differently this time. Where's that sticker sheet at?
IDKY translate came with Kiwi Meow Kimyo instead of Hen Weird.
Oh, I don't know. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that since the translations are partially like user based, that people keep changing it even when it's correct. She's got butt flaps.
So years back she made a music video talking about her looking at her own nudes and getting temp banned for streaming it with barcodes as a censor.
Oh wow.
That's what I'm into, but Hololive is too safe these days.
Oh no, Treasure Box was pretty raunchy. At least more so than recent stuff. Wait, so then where does this go? Oh, okay, on the...
I don't remember it that well. Is that the one where she sung Marine song?
No, I'm talking about Marine.
It's just Marine's outfit that makes it raunchy.
No, I'm saying that you said Hololive has been safer these days. And I was saying that Marine's, you know, like that song specifically was pretty raunchy for Hololive. Not necessarily that Hachana singing it had any effect. I actually didn't know she sang it. Oh shit, did I forget something?
They did a crossover with several members taking other members' outfits and singing their songs.
Oh, right. I remember that. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's like where they all had different stages. They would like toss the wand to each other. I remember that.
Like Subaru dressing like Null and Watame dressing like Toa.
Yeah. Where does this go?
Exactly that video.
I think I missed something.
I really like it overall.
Oh, I think it's for the backpack, that's why. Yeah, it's this piece. Yeah, that is a good video, though. Oh shit. That's exactly the wrong one. I can't believe that song is getting played in department stores, though. Treasure Box, I mean. That's funny.
TBH, I haven't been. Oh wait, I have been to Kmart, I guess that counts. I was going to say that I haven't been to a department store in ages.
Ah.
But Kmart has been my go-to so I can get replacement household goods. I can afford to waste money on bigger brands, and Kmart Australia's quality is actually not bad.
Yeah, that's how I am with like a lot of Walmart great value shit. Like I'll buy stuff because their quality isn't bad. Kitty, no, I'm still working, sweetie.
It's not the American Kmart, though different companies.
Well, yeah, I know. I kind of figured. I think our Kmart got shut down. I'm just saying that in general, a lot of like off-brand, I want to say, cleaning products and the like are not that bad.
Over here, Kmart has their own in-house brand called Anko.
Interesting. Really odd brand name.
I know, but it's fine since the branding isn't obnoxious. It's not in your face like gamer brands.
That's fair.
The branding is usually in the back where it's not facing you normally. And they don't put a logo, just says Anko in text.
Yeah, I wish more brands came, were packaged like that.
If you are ever curious, have a peek at Kmart Australia's website.
Oh, okay.
It's actually not bad. And their labeling is actually honest.
That's rare.
I know, right?
To be blunt, honest labeling isn't really a thing anymore with most companies.
I guess that's why Australian Kmart is still going strong. There's Amazon here, but people still prefer Kmart. Since they got a good track record.
I think what took down Kmart in the US was Martha Stewart. To be blunt.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. IDK, what happened to her?
I know she went to jail for a while because of what happened with Walmart. I mean, not Walmart, Kmart, sorry. But yeah, like, I guess a lot of the stuff in her collection was bluntly made by slaves, allegedly. But the funny part, the funny part, it's not so funny, is that the real reason she got in trouble was that her stuff was supposedly made in the USA, and it was, again, not, because slaves aren't legal in the US, so...
I guess that's a good thing about Australian Kmart being completely separate and produces its own goods instead of relying on celebs.
Yeah, probably. I would say in general, that's probably best practice, to be honest. Oh, shit. There it goes.
IDK how to phrase this, but all companies needed to do is just produce good products at a consistent quality.
No, yeah, it's unfortunately that they don't seem to realize that.
I'm not a fan of pushing the budget into advertisers.
I don't quite understand why they'll throw twice as much into marketing a product than they will into actually putting quality into the product to make it worth buying, but what do I know? I don't run a multi-million-dollar company. I'm just some pleb on the internet.
Maybe Apple is to blame.
That I believe. The quote, Apple success story, unquote.
ISNT Apple mostly marketing for the most part.
feel like it's missing a piece or something.
They do innovate sometimes, but I think it's mostly marketing.
It is. It really is.
As much as I love my MacBook Air, I dislike my iPhone 14 as much. I've been using the Pixel and my problems went away.
I feel like anymore, especially with Apple, they will do whatever they can to not innovate. In fact, because once they upgrade something once, is something that they'll have to do concurrently for, the lifespan of a product.
Basically, I'm not a fan or a hater of Apple. I like some products, dislike others.
Yeah. I don't dislike I don't dislike Apple, I just don't like their products, but calling bullshit on them doesn't require that I hate them.
I think their reluctance to drop the lightning port is what made me decide to order Pixel Buds.
That is a valid reason, though.
I told you a while back I want something to protect my hearing.
Right. Sorry, 1 sec, I'm just clipping out parts. I think I got them all out of this. It's definitely frustrating to watch people be such fans of things.
IDK if the buds are good or not, since it will arrive in 10 days or so, since I ordered from Google directly.
Wait. Oh, right. So,
I don't see a point of ordering from a store when it's the same price and Google has free shipping.
Why is this going on? Sorry, 1 sec. I'm just... Okay, wait. That's pointed up. Oh, there it goes. Duh. Anyway. What I was going to say before was that reaction from earlier, from my friend Luck Dragon. Like when I basically suggested that companies actually do better when, like, with the motherboards, you know? Like, no, it's not the companies, it's you. I feel like that mindset permeates a lot of different tech hardware markets. And as soon as you dare say a thing, it's, I don't want to say triggered in the negative way. I'm saying it is in the psychological way. Like it literally triggers something.
Like with cases.
Yes. It's like a knee-jerk response of defending it. And it's like, no, that's the last thing you should do. I think the actual, quote, knee-jerk response should be, you know what? Yeah. Like, if you have a CPU capable of doing better, why doesn't the motherboard, you know, like, allow it to do better? Or why isn't there a motherboard that can do that? The same could apply for any product, really.
My response is biased with the knowledge of older products. Have you seen the ancient of motherboards that predates ATX?
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. My friend there, he has the same hardware knowledge
You
I
literally
have.
slot in the sound and other components.
Like, we went to the same school.
You decide how
And
the lanes are
I
used.
think we went to... Yeah, I think we should go back to something along those lines. That's kind of why I like the framework laptop so much. Like, I don't have one, but I wish I did. But the idea of having that much control over, you know, your product.
I like it too, but I already own too many devices, lol.
Oh, there's just no way I can afford one anytime soon, for me.
And I still distrust Microsoft's Next OS.
Okay, yeah, that backpack looks pretty cool, actually. Pull this one out. I'm glad I made a second model with the backpack instead of just reusing the first one. Wait, what did she do with my... One sec, she's lost one of my parts. What did she do?
The thing is, even if PC hardware shenanigans weren't a thing, we still have the devil incarnate Microsoft to deal with.
Yeah, I have to... Okay, so I do a lot of troubleshooting with other VTubers. I'm only now going to start charging for it. But that's just because necessity. Yeah, I think that's actually enough of a difference to justify having to. Anyway, and a lot of what I do in troubleshooting is like, I'm basically fixing issues from Microsoft updates. Like where people have a graphics driver that works until Microsoft automatically updates their system, and then suddenly they don't. That sort of thing. Ah, shit. As such, so far, every issue I have troubleshot since I started doing that. Literally everyone.
I do really love Linux to be on parity with Windows for gaming, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, we're not there yet. It's like Linus said, he wanted to fall in love with it, and you know, we're just not there yet. And I think it's unfortunate, but the Linux community itself can kind of be snobby at times. To a point where even if you're asking questions to get into Linux, there is easily perceived sense of superiority, and it makes people not want to use it.
I don't want to have to troubleshoot. It's why I am looking to consoles. Because if I am tired on a limited time frame or even both, I want stuff to be easily installed and just run.
Yeah. And to an extent, like, that's kind of why I liked, and I mean, going back, we're talking decades, I used to really like pre-builts from the right company, of course, because the company did all that troubleshooting for you, basically. Now, that's not a thing. Like, if you have an issue, the answer isn't to apply a patch, because there isn't one. The answer is to not do the thing that's causing your issue, which kind of a shitty answer, to be blunt. It's almost exactly like with the streaming thing. Oh, so you want to run this hardware to be a VTuber? Well, you can't do that. I mean, you could, but we just won't let you. That's why I hate pre-builds now, because that's the answer. That's the go-to answer all the time.
I can think of a time where I had a positive experience with a pre-built desktop.
I can, but it was back on a Gateway 2000 from 1998. That's how long ago that was.
You already know about my HP.
And now that I recall, Gateway was the only company to have decent customer support.
And the pre-built from a local store here was so bad, and they only sold it in a bundle at the time. It was what I could afford.
Also, another thing that gets me, like, okay, as someone who has built PCs for people, people will sometimes come to me to build their PC if they don't have enough money to buy one pre-built, because, you know, there's a markup, right? So I'll build it for them, and then I point out before I do it, like, you know, if I build this for you, you have to call each individual company for tech support. I can't do it for you. I am one person. I just build the computer. Okay? They'll nod their head and, yeah, okay. I swear to God, usually 6 months to even 5 years later, they'll come to me with a support question. It's like, what the fuck did I just tell you? Like these companies can afford tech support. And that tech support, it should be what makes the product worthwhile, but instead they skimp on both the hardware and the tech support.
I was more annoyed at the trash they include in the bundle. I just wanted the tower. But I got crappy speakers, headphones, mice, keyboard and a budget case with a PSU I knew I had to immediately replace.
That shit is annoying. Don't get me wrong.
Because it's too weak for the GPU it came with.
And that's the issue really often with like especially store-bought pre-builts. Like that Walmart one that you might have saw on Gamers Nexus. Like some of those PCs have power supplies that aren't even strong enough to power the device. Part of the one of the devices it's meant to power. The hell's up with that? Is missing. Oh, wait.
Honestly, if someone I knew wanted to play games and was mostly PC illiterate, I'd recommend them a console instead.
It's a weird setup. I mean, I get it, but that's just...
Because I cannot recommend him a pre-built PC in this point in time.
Which is, it's fair, but at the same time, it's like... There's a lot of shit a console can't do at the moment. And I say at the moment because I'm sure one day that consoles are going to be more like Mac PCs. What did you just do? Anyway, more like Mac PCs in that they'll have like their own OS and their own software, so on. We're just not at that point yet. For the time being, they just play games.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I want to play my game in 4K 144Hz and consoles can do it.
Well, that too. Like, going from game to productivity. Like, it isn't just about gaming at like 144 hertz. It's like, can my game console also let me do my taxes? And I think once the answer is yes, that PCs, for the most part, for the average user, completely doomed. I don't think I'm wrong on that. Because Macs are overpriced. PCs are, for most people, too complicated. And game consoles, in comparison, it's really good hardware, inexpensive.
I think we're mostly there with mobile tablets.
Somewhat. I think we're getting close. I think once
PCs are less used in the households compared to the 2000s.
Which is odd. I never thought that. I thought it was going to be the opposite. I honestly thought that it was going to be like there's a PC in every house, and that every house is going to need to use it for all these different things. I mean, granted, it was before the cell phone was as powerful as it is, but hey. I'm gonna have to make a new name tag for this stand. I already I printed all these little name tags on what's the word? It's only semi-transparent, basically. Sticker paper. And when it came to these specific Gundam aerial, like, Witch from Mercury models, I'm sticking it on all of them. Like, all of them have their own little thing. But now I have to make another Gundam aerial.
No one would have predicted that we would get tablets that's more powerful than PCS from that era.
Exactly. I thought they were going to be underpowered. Like, if anything, a joke. But now we're at a point where you can take a USB hub with monitor out, and you have your computer. Like, I wish my phone was that powerful, because obviously a $100 phone isn't going to have that capability. But
Mum has that on her tablet since it has Samsung DeX.
Like, well, I don't have access to it at the moment. That doesn't mean it's going to be out of price range forever either. Like, let's be honest, features that are on a $200 cell phone now were on a $700 cell phone 4 years ago. So I think it's completely reasonable to think it's going to be completely attainable for most people. Not necessarily immediately, but soon. I will say, I think it's a little funny that as much as the Raspberry Pi...
I'd be absolutely livid in doing so, but I could plug in my USB hub on Mum's tablet and plug in my mouse keyboard and a third USB device on that one port.
I think it's a bit funny that as much of a Raspberry Pi costs now, you could buy a phone that has USB video and you know, like that kind of expansion, I guess, from like 4 years ago, and pay what a Raspberry Pi costs right now, just because of both the parts shortage and how little Raspberry Pi technologies have progressed. And you probably have a better emulation experience too. Yeah, maybe if I do it more like that. Okay, I think it's done.
I just remembered something. Let me know if Harkos experiences any more mind blowers.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched in a while, but I'll do that. If I see it before you.
She has potential to be like Hakama, but not quite there yet.
Oh, right. Yeah, we went over that before. Okay, well, that's done.
I don't keep up with Holo like that much.
I kind of do. But it's more like every so often I go back and check. Or maybe go through old live streams.
A lot of the time I'm not logged onto YouTube when I'm on my PC.
I've just been doing other things, like watching other stuff. Like, more recently, I've gotten addicted to this one show called the Y Files, WHY Files. And oh, and I watched the Picard series this week.
The reason is because I set Brave to forget everything when it closes, then I can't be bothered to log in.
Oh, right, yeah, I think you mentioned that. Put all these spare parts somewhere, along with the stickers, so I don't lose them. As usual, I'll post a photo on Twitter, and I'm gonna start trying to post more.
I've been mostly blacked out, TBH.
Community tab too on YouTube. That way, more people can actually see the posts. I realized after talking to Sasaki that not everyone has Twitter, so I'm going to try to make some changes for the betterment of the channel.
Not literally, but outside of playing Paseo 2 NGS, I'm asleep or busy. Speaking of Twitter, I think it's a sinking ship.
No, it is. That's part of the reason why I'm doing that. Sorry, I lost the art. I'm trying to find it. I think the man's an idiot. And he bought the company, he said some really derogatory shit. He made some really bad business decisions, and now he's blaming Twitter itself and trying to milk how few users he can into paying for it as a service.
IDK if VTubers has an app that gives live notifications.
See, what is it? No, it doesn't yet. I think they're working on it. While I have an account there, I still haven't posted much. Because, well, no one's gonna see it at the moment. I'm still trying to get other people to join first. It needs more members to be a viable platform, and unfortunately, not enough VTubers are actually telling their communities.
The possibility of Twitter going under is getting more real over time.
Oh no, it is. Absolutely. Now that Elon's realized that it'll actually cost more to get rid of the people who even paid for that Twitter thing for a month to get rid of their check marks, because guess what? Everyone who paid for those check marks, even if they quit paying, they still have it. Because as part of that process, his devs, the ones that are left, are kind of stupid.
I haven't made an account with VTubers because it doesn't do notifications on an app.
Because the shit. Sorry, just give me a second. I need to think for a second without getting interrupted. Just one sec. Oh, right. So, the devs forgot to put in where the check mark goes away after you cancel your subscription, basically. So now a whole bunch of people who aren't paying for Twitter Blue have all the perks of Twitter Blue. Because everyone intelligent he fired. Bluntly. Sorry, you can talk now. I just need a second to remember what the hell I was saying. He would actually have to go through and manually revoke all those check marks. That's why everyone still has them. I think it's freaking hilarious, and yeah. It's a very Elon thing to happen.
Maybe that has something to do with part of Twitter's source code going public.
Oh. Yeah, the source code went public And he can't put that genie back in the bottle. I should say it
Navy
went
H is
public
expecting
before
people
he
to
wanted
fix
it
Twitter
to.
for him for free.
Yes and no. So it happened before he wanted it to, and he was actually really mad. But since he can't put the genie back in the bottle, like I said, he's basically just leaving it as it is. And yes, what it comes down to is he's trying to get other people to fix his problems. Because he fired all the smart people. And unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, literally everyone left is... they're out of desperation. Because where else are you going to go? Do you really want to work for this guy? At the hardcore Twitter? I wouldn't. I'd rather slam my genitalia in a sliding glass door until it fell off than work for Elon Musk. To be perfectly blunt. And honest. I would rather expose myself to some of the worst viruses known to mankind to see if they could find a cure in the short time I would be alive than work for Elon Musk. I'll save these for another project. These were really cool, though. I like how these came out. I don't know what I'll use them for, but I'm pretty sure I'll find something. Maybe I'll put them on the...
I think Twitter is done.
Aerial rebuilds shill bits. It probably is. Let's be honest. In your heart, you know it to be true. Twitter is fucked. Maybe I can... Let's see. Maybe if I do this. Aha! That works.
I am not 100% certain since I wasn't part of its core audience to begin with.
Oh, I am. Like, I didn't start on Twitter until like 2016, and only. Like,
I am not the kind of
because I
person who
just
enjoys
started
tweeting stuff that
streaming.
happens in my day to people I've never talked to.
So I only used it to basically content creation and in terms of like meeting other streamers and audience. Oh crap, that's still uneven. Let's see. Think about there. Should be good. Sorry, I'm just vaping for a second.
I ended up joining Twitter very late, Bekwase. It showed news before the actual media outlets got to covering it.
That's why when I started using it more often, I should say. Especially during 2020 when shit was going down. Before that, I don't think I used it very much. Okay. I still have a model kit I need to do. I just have to get ready for the stream. I shouldn't actually be AFK that long, or rather I shouldn't, have the stream down for very long. I'm going to be building the Exia Avalanche because I finally managed to get my hands on that.
Aside
model.
from VTubers, I've heard of other sites but never checked him out.
I know there's another one, but I can't remember the name of it, and I haven't updated my profile on there in God knows how long. It's a really good place to discover VTubers too, if I can remember it. Now that you've mentioned something, I should probably update my profile on there. But yeah, I won't be away that long. It's actually a pretty big kit.
Mastodon.
No. Why can't I remember the name of it? No, it's not. That's not it. Give me just a sec. I'll remember it in a second, because I know it's in my bookmarks. E2, no. Else. Virtuals.db. Nope, that can't be it. Give me just a sec, I'm looking. Now I know I have this bookmark somewhere. Oh shit, I forgot I had a Bildom account. To meet more Japanese people. Shit. B2B. That's what it's called. I'll put the link in chat. No, I didn't want to do that.
V2B.com.
There. That's the site that has like a database of them. And I think it also has a going live notification too. Anyway, that said, I'll be back in...
I'm getting a warning on my browser saying it doesn't support HTTPS.
That is weird because it ran fine on mine. Let's see. Try this.
HTTPS V2B.com VTubers.
Just like actually put it in there. I want to try it again on Opera to see if it... Yeah, it runs on Opera too. Sometimes if you manually put the S in there, automatically, I mean, it'll just fix itself. I bet the server isn't configured to auto
bookmarked it.
Auto change the HTTP to HTTPS. Anyway, yeah, I'll be back in about 2 hours, probably. If I'm a little later, I apologize. I just need some time to panel line it beforehand. So yeah, I'll see you guys shortly. Thanks for watching.
Two, 3 hours then. See you.